What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and it is Sunday, November 2nd, 2025. First airplane of the day, KLM flight 1851, which will be leaving from Munich. A warm welcome to the show, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Happy Sunday. Marja, goedenavond. Jan, goedemorgen. Jörg, goedemorgen. Buddy, goedemorgen. Stefan, good morning. Han, goedemorgen. Ed, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. This is KLM flight 1363 to Budapest, 737. And here we have KLM flight 1851 to Munich. Morgen Klaas, goedemorgen. Nick, goedemorgen. Johan, goedemorgen. Leo, goedemorgen. André, good morning. Peter K, good morning. T3H3, good morning. Inimini, goedemorgen, good morning. Snackback, good morning. Marcus, goedemorgen. Good morning, Jay. Now, you guys let me know if the ambient is too loud or if it is too low. Hope this is somewhat balanced. But if it needs to be turned up or down a notch, let me know. Easy as 1, 2, 3. KLM flight 1363 to Budapest is the next airplane to take off. The PHBXV, 18 years old. First flight February 2007. Michael, goedemorgen. Steve, goedemorgen. Babbers, good morning. Bart, goedemorgen. Marco, goedemorgen. Dalia, goedemorgen. DB Wolf, goedemorgen. Good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. It's a lovely day here at Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. Wind is still blowing from the south. The windsock already showed you. The METAR will too. And if all is well, it should stay dry here for the next few hours. Definitely some moisture on the runway, as you guys can see. Pretty humid. Rain is underway, expected later in the day. But if I am not mistaken, it shouldn't start raining here in the west before 2 p.m. We'll see. For now, things look calm. Not abundantly sunny, but it is definitely not very densely clouded either. Plenty of moisture still on the far end of the runway. Runway configuration identical to what we had the day before yesterday, last time we were here. Geese incoming. There's a few. And a few more behind them. And good morning, Clouds, who is celebrating 8 months of membership. Clouds, thank you so much for the ongoing support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Let me know if things need to be switched around and I'll see what I can do to make things better. Orange Pride in the background, by the way. Having just arrived here. No video, just a still. Okay. I had moving footage here before going live, so that's odd. This is moving, isn't it? Yeah, this is moving. Okay. There you go. As I was saying, Orange Pride in the background. E2 Embraer lining up over here, and there's the Orange Pride. A very good morning to everybody who has joined. This is KLM flight 1303 to Gdansk, E2 Embraer 195. I think KLM flight 592 might also be coming this way, or has that arrived? No, that's... Oh wait, yeah, no, that's the Orange Pride, of course. Ah. Oh. What's that I'm hearing? Is that the Dash 8 from the Coast Guard taking off? I think it is. Yep, that's the Coast Guard Dash 8 100. Just now having taken off from runway 22. Patrick, goedemorgen. Honda, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. Hope you're doing well. Happy Sunday to you all. Lovely day of arrivals and departures, mostly departures. Between 11 and 11:40 we are going to see arrivals on runway 27, just like how we did the day before yesterday. Good morning, Ben. Nancy, good morning. Welcome everybody else who has joined in the meantime. So, we're still here. Figured, even though there were a few 747s on the way, this is probably the last day of action over here, since the center runway will reopen again, I think on Tuesday. Means that next time I'll be streaming when the wind is blowing like it is today. Arrivals will be on center and Polderbaan, and we won't have arrivals here on runway 27 and just the departures, which makes it far less interesting to be coming here for a live stream than on a day like today. Schiphol has too many runways. They should close the Polderbaan or the center runway indefinitely. It would allow this location to be interesting like it is today and like it was the day before yesterday, much more frequently. Schiphol is too efficient, and that's to the detriment of the streams, unfortunately. So I figured, even though the A380 will probably land on the Polderbaan, and so too will a couple of 747s, although there is one underway that is expected, or at least this morning was expected around 11:11. So I'm thinking there might be one 747 landing on the runway 27 between 11 and 11:40 later this morning. But still, you have all this action, you have all these headshots. View on Schiphol Oost, where you could see the Dash 8, for instance, just now taking off, and earlier BizJets, and undoubtedly later too. Makes this, in my humble opinion, the most interesting location to be filming from today. Hope you guys enjoy. If you do, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Transavia to Porto in Portugal, waiting here. But there's a cheater on Cheater's Lane. KLM flight 1931, which will be leaving for Geneva. It's always KLM. Mark H, also back. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. And JJ Caron, thank you so much. Great footage, top notch. He or she writes, happy to hear you are enjoying the footage. Hope that goes for everybody. You can see the windsock here in the foreground. Wind is blowing from the south, although it looks like it's a tad south-southwest. Adrie, goedemorgen. Yuri, goedemorgen. And the tattoo, Max 9. That video that hardly anybody watched. That was the last separate video of a special livery that I'll ever make. Just not interesting, separate videos of special liveries in detail, but we did see this airplane in detail taking off the day before yesterday from this very location. Nice video, at least I thought it was, but the algorithm and therefore the audience at large certainly doesn't seem to be agreeing. But that's okay. Live and learn. E2 Embraer, another one with big see-through engines waiting here. KLM. Which one is this? To Marseille. KLM flight 1465. Morning light in the cockpit, allowing us clear visibility of the captain. Old tower in the background. So we have 3 little towers. I'm not sure if that ever was an ATC control tower. This one certainly was. This is the old tower. And this is currently the main tower. And of course then there's also the tower at Polderaan. Friedrich, guten Morgen. Bas, goedemorgen. Leslie, goedemorgen. Jamhuis, goedemorgen. Pieter Flight Devil, goedemorgen. That's the sound of engines of an E2 spooling up or spooling down. In this case, spooling up. Michael also back in the chat. Good morning. Eric, good morning. Bump it, bump, bump, bump. Hey, Wolfgang also back. Good to see you, Servus mate. Chris Rico also back. Herzlich willkommen. Big picture overview. Looking to the south, things look like so. Southwest, west, northwest, north. Back to the south, southeast, east, and the northeast. A triplet of airplanes coming this way. One is on the runway already. KLM to Rome, flight 1603. Transavia to Ibiza. A321neo, Ecstasy Express. Triple in the background, long distance headshot. And then A321neo from KLM as well. Two back-to-back A321neos. Spacious carrying cabin in the back. That 737. Comfy. Jendrosek, goedemorgen kerel. Jim Marcus, goedemorgen, good morning. Hi Patrick, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. Happy Sunday. If you guys have been enjoying what you've been seeing thus far, don't forget to leave a like. Subscribe if you haven't already. Make sure to hit the bell icon if you want to stay updated of upcoming live streams, new polls, new pictures and whatnot. KLM A321neo. Hey Ricardo, goedemorgen. Alles goed? Kenzo, goedemorgen, good morning. Dreamliner in the background. The triple, the long distance headshot over there, will be coming this way. This is KLM flight 597 to Cape Town in South. That's KLM flight 601 to LAX in the foreground. And in the very foreground we have the A321neo from KLM. Party time for I Patrick. who has turned blue as a 24-month member. 2 years in the pocket, and that makes you blue. Mate, thank you so much for the support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking, Patrick. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to improve things. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come, preferably in the lounge, of course, but if not, that's also good. Just keep coming back and join our live chat to keep us company. Dag het niet, goedemorgen. Right, well, imagine KLM flight 597 to Cape Town in a few minutes. And how much spray that might throw up. There's still plenty of moisture on the south end of the runway by the looks of it. The Papa Hotel, Echo X-Ray Sierra to Turin, KLM flight 1639. And the triple to Cape Town is coming to town. There it is already. Was a delivery truck. T95. Don't think I've ever seen that before. Triple 7 headshot incoming. KLM flight 597 to Cape Town, South Africa. And this is the PHBVN Bravo Victor November. 10-year-old airplane, first flight February 2015. Teeny tiny sibling behind it. Lovely morning light. Spray storm. Holy shizzle. Somewhere over there, there's a 777, ladies and gentlemen. You have to look closely to see it. And I have to believe me when I say so. Oof. Well, had I known this, I would have brought a towel with me. Damn, bro. Well, ironically, that was a little disappointing visually. Back to a more modestly sized airplane then. Easy come, easy go. This is KLM flight 1709 to Luxembourg. The meter for 18 left, fog indeed, Wolfgang. Local temporary patches of fog. Well, I guess we'll just have to live with that then. Gotta take the bitter with the sweet. Krista, good morning. Bob, good evening. Navy Jack, good morning. Super Eminent, good morning. Tina, goedemorgen. Air France, A320 coming this way to Paris. And the KLM to Madrid should be over there somewhere. Just coming this way. There it is. That's the one in the SkyTeam livery, the 737-900, KLM Flight 1503. We're waiting, and usually that means something is taking off or landing on the Schiphol Oost runway, 0422. I'm looking to the left. Keeping my eyes and ears open to see maybe something is on the move. Don't see anything immediately, nor am I hearing anything. Hey Brody, good morning. Good to have you back, mate. Frank, good morning. All right. The Climber seems to be going. Bump, bump. Crossing of 0927. You'd think they'd remove the height difference when they had the chance during the maintenance, but apparently they haven't done so. It's an airplane inception. Jappie, goedemorgen. Amelia. Almost the name of our future queen, which is Amalia. Not an E, but an A. Amelia flying on behalf of Air France. Should be flight 1241 to Paris. Rolling, turning and burning. Meanwhile, the 737-900 to Madrid, lining up here. One of two airplanes remaining in KLM's fleet with the SkyTeam livery, the other being an Embraer 190. The BXO is already 24 years old, ladies and gentlemen. First flight was in June 2001, and it does not come equipped with a current cabin, as you can clearly see. Silway, good morning. Bart's drone flight, good morning. Welcome all others who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're here at the northern threshold of 18 left, aka the Aalsmeerbaan, where at around 11 o'clock for 40 minutes, landings will start to take place on runway 27, the crossing runway. And then from 11:40 until 1, once again, departures here. Hope everybody is doing well. Hope everybody is enjoying what they're seeing. And if you are enjoying what you're seeing, don't forget to leave a like. We almost came to 1,000 the day before yesterday, surprisingly. 1,000 while live will give you an airplane dance. Ben the Man asks, what happened to the 777 in the SkyTeam livery? They repainted it back to the standard livery of KLM. BVD still flying, but in the default livery. John Dutch Canadian also back in the chat. Good morning, mate. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Kate, what up, mate? Good morning and welcome back. So 18 left and runways 24 are now the runways for departures. Buitenveldertbaan being used for arrivals. And since center is still closed for maintenance, it's yearly maintenance, the secondary runway later this morning will become runway 27, just like it did the day before yesterday, and probably yesterday as well, although I didn't watch what runway use was like yesterday because we had rain for the most part of the day, so I decided to do other things instead. Fixing my heated glove for one. Turned out it wasn't a dead battery, but a dead glove. One of the wires came loose, needed to be soldered back in place. KLM to Venice, and we're continuing with a KLM call sign, but an Air France airplane and an Air France flight number 1419 to Nantes. I still think it's probably a KLM flight. Voiling next after that. Hey Paul, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Gurdeep, good morning. Nico, good morning. Welcome one and all. Air France or KLM. Probably KLM. KLM. It is normally KLM flight 1419 to Nantes, isn't it? Hey Marissa, goedemorgen. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Happy Sunday. Air France, up and away. I still think this is KLM flight 1419 to Nantes. And Hans' favorite next after this, voiling, wheeling, boiling, voiling, wheeling, fueling. Staring me right in the face already. Hey Leon, goedemorgen. Plenty of moisture on the runway still, and that was clearly visible when the 777 to Cape Town, or was it Johannesburg? I think Cape Town took off minutes ago. Couldn't see much of the airplane. Just one big cloud of spray. Dot check, still okay. All clear, all good. Vueling flight 8352 to Valencia, this is. Now let's see, Swiss in the background also coming this way. That's going to be going to Zurich. Bombardier C Series 100. We have a KLM 737 to Berlin coming this way. And what's this? Oh, that's a shame. Thought I saw a KLM Dreamliner being pushed back. I think that's going to go to Curaçao, so that's a candidate for runway 24, sadly. Bum bum. Hey Casper, goedemorgen, good morning. Right, we have KLM here lining up, that's a 737, and we have this Swiss Bombardier C Series 100 coming this way. What a looker those A220s are, aren't they? Still one of my favorite airplanes, modern airplanes, together with the A350. That cockpit window design, it looks very nice. That Bombardier bizjet heritage oozing through every pore of this airplane. Hey Monzi, good morning. Good to see you again. Wombat Parade also back. Good to see you. Welcome. Happy Sunday. Toei in the background. Toei 737. Head-up display is quite clearly visible in the cockpits. Ah, only 80 million. It's reasonably priced. Mike Wild also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hey, that's good news, Marissa. Turkish cargo A330 freighter coming to 18 left. That is good news indeed. Hopefully we'll also get to see a 747 later in the show. That's always nice from this point of view. Hey, Maurice Morhan has also arrived over here. Doing some cardio in the grass. What a lovely bird. I think we have the Turkish A330 freighter that Marissa was referring to earlier in the chat already. Coming this way, visualized. That one is going to get loud, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to get loud. No doubt about it. Hey Gertin en Jacqueline, goedemorgen. Good to see you both again. Teun, goedemorgen. Another E2 Embraer lining up over here in the foreground. Also proper Austrian. Coming this way. Hey, it's the 1700th E-Jet. Oh my god. Wow. That's a famous airplane. I think. Delta in the back. Fokker 100 even further in the back. And the man wonders why every A330 freighter has a knob under the nose. The reason for that is to level the airplane. If it wouldn't have had that knob, it would lean forward a little bit and the plateau on which the cargo is being put will not be level. And by elevating the nose wheel a little, the airplane's floor is level. That's good for cargo, being level, so that it doesn't move around during flight or taxiing. As soon as that A330 turns its nose towards us, immediately you can start hearing those engines. Always so remarkable. It's the OELBY. But here we have a double-chinned A330. I'll drink to that, ladies and gentlemen. Coffee and vodka. Daniel, good morning. EF Stratiosti Porlianos. Good morning. Jessica, good morning. Welcome back. There was a cheater on Cheater's Lane, which is why Austrian is still holding here at the threshold. Lined up, but not going yet. The cheater via Cheater's Lane has taken off, which leads me to believe that pretty soon this will too. Yeah. Oh no, I thought it started moving already. Yeah, now Austrian has begun moving. That means that so too will the A330. For 80, guten Morgen. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Rally teams, rally sport, good morning. Scuderia René, guten Morgen und herzlich willkommen. Mr. Vedema, goedemorgen, good morning. See in the reflection, the A330 is moving. Yes. I waved to the captain and he saw it. Since Han was already mentioning that he was signaling, didn't see the signaling, but I figured he might have another look in my direction, which he did. Flipping awesome. Turkish flight 6412 to Istanbul, Turkish cargo, the TCJOO, TCJU, 13-year-old airplane, first flight December 2011. Cargo A330 freighter. Have to remember 10:20 is when this happened. That wave is going to be the thumbnail of the show. Rest assured. Right. Turkish is now lined up and spooling up. Seems that a lot of the spray that was there before the 777 to Cape Town took off has disappeared. There's still plenty up ahead, but we can at least see the airplane and the wing fluff. Wow! That was looking beautifully. Looking beautiful. Looking beautifully? That was looking beautifully. No, that was looking... Which one is it? That was looking beautiful. No, beautifully. Huh? Which one is it? Confusion. Need more vodka. We have an Embraer 175 coming this way. And we have an Embraer 190 Air France up, lined up. This is the Red Wine Express. It's going to Bordeaux. Embraer 190, flight 1441. Hey! And there are now two more hands over here. One is doing the running, the other is doing the swimming. And where's the third one doing the cycling? Hey there, Ray. Good morning. Ron, good evening. Goedenavond. Red Wine Express going to Bordeaux. Roxana, good morning. Vero, good morning. Grover, good morning. The runway is drying up, we can clearly see that. Here we have KLM flight 1829 to Stuttgart and KLM flight 1313 to Warsaw. And I think, let's see, KLM flight 515 to Dar es Salaam, I think is coming this way. That should be this Dreamliner right here. Hey there, Lee, good morning. This is KLM flight 515 to Dar es Salaam, also coming this way. 787-10 Dreamliner. And next to take off after the 737 here in the foreground. There's also a 777 in the background, giving us a long distance headshot. No, wait, that's a 787-10, but that's going to Atlanta. That's going to go to runway 24. And another beautiful headshot there. A 787-10 Dreamliner KLM flight 515 to Dar es Salaam. This is the PH-BKG Bravo Kilo Golf, 5-year-old airplane, first flight January 2020. LJJMZ, good morning. Well, welcome back. Richard, goedemorgen. looking to my left to see if something is happening, and there is. This jet taking off from runway 22, causing the hold up here on 18 left. That is now turning away, but still in the vicinity of the runway and the runway heading, which is why traffic here is still waiting. Should get the go-ahead in a moment. Taxi lights are already on. Here we go. The Dreamliner is going to line up in a moment. Hey, Evan, top of the morning, Senor Rodriguez. Good to see you again, mate. Hope all is well. Dennis, goedemorgen. Tom, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Happy Sunday. Hope everybody is doing well. Lovely day here again at Schiphol Airport. We're at the northern threshold of 18 left. Departure Central. See the movement in the reflection. Another captain looking at me. I'm waving. He is reciprocating. Absolutely beautiful. And this is the Hyacinth. Bouquet and not bucket. Now, don't forget, guys, if you're enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you haven't already. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are watching. All of them are nice, and many of them are knowledgeable. So if you have any questions, feel free to shoot them. KLM flight 515 to Dar es Salaam is lined up and waiting for clearance to take off. 5-year-old airplane, first flight January 2020. Dar es Salaam, isn't that somewhere in... I think it is, isn't it? Showtime is beginning. If you want, have a look at the flaperon. That's going to behave in a specific manner during the takeoff. First it's going to lower fully, then it's going to level, and then it's going to drop in line again with the flaps as it is now. If you're unaware of this, have a look in a few moments and you will see. Hey Peter, thank you for the gifted membership. Remco is the recipient. Welcome to the Skylines, Remco. Have fun with the custom emojis and don't forget to say thank you to Peter. Vortex at the inlet. Up it goes. And then leveling with the rest of the flaps. Peter, thank you so much for the gifted membership again, and welcome again, Remco. Have fun with the custom emojis. Don't forget to say thank you to Peter. And make sure to head over to the community section for members to cast your vote in the poll for the replacement of the playtime emoji. Poll runs until tomorrow evening, local time. You still have 1.5 days to cast your vote if you're a member and you haven't done so already. Embraer 190 to Düsseldorf, KLM flight 1799. And another Embraer 190 after that, going to Ljubljana, the capital of Slovenia. And is that another? Oh no, that's an A321neo coming as number 3 in the background. That's KLM flight 1901. Bit smaller airplane over here right now. Airplane reception coming in. This is airplane inception with an A321neo creeping up behind an Embraer 190. Not the biggest size difference, but you can still see it. Wolfgang asks if I already have my ski box. Not yet, not yet. I did buy a helmet, which is now mandatory in Italy as of this year. Didn't have one before yet. But there was a sale. Ski box I still have to get. We'll have to get around to that sometime soon. Do a test fit first. KLM flight 1989 to Ljubljana in Slovenia, lined up over here. And is that another A220 coming this way? I think it is. That's Bulgaria. Here we have KLM A321neo. Richard, good morning. Martin, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Happy Sunday. This is KLM flight 1901 to Vienna. With an A220 creeping up behind it. Wolfgang also out for a helmet last week. Did you succeed? Also had to bring my goggles with me to the store to make sure that the seam between the goggles and the helmet is looking good. Now, speaking of looking good, I spy with my little eye a little something over there. Is that coming this way? It certainly isn't. Otherwise, you probably would have said so. No, it is. It's coming. This is going to Dubai. Oh, dear God. We're going to have the mother of headshots here in a few moments. KLM Cargo is coming this way, ladies and gentlemen. Going to Dubai World Center. Holy cow. The Queen is coming. The Queen is coming. And Michael Pell is returning to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Welcome back, mate. We kept your seat warm. Thanks for the vote of confidence and renewing your membership. We left everything the way you left it behind. We kept everything the way you left it. Michael, thank you so much for returning to the Aurora Sky Lounge, mate. Welcome back. Good to have you. A321neo to Vienna in the foreground, taking off. Her Majesty is coming. Her Majesty is coming, and we have an A220 here. Bulgaria to Sofia, presumably. Let me double check that one more time. Flight 462, there you go. Oh, Marissa already said so. I should have known. Must have missed it. Always stuff going on here, so the busier it is around me, the less I pay attention to the chat, truth be told. Not as disrespect to you, but to make sure that we're not missing anything interesting on the ground. We can already hear the engines of the 747. Starting to overpower everything here. And David Wolf 87, thank you so much for your donation. A hype super sticker. Well, there's definitely hype when this 747 is going to take off. Oh, she's been a dirty girl. Have a look at the back. Bad case of diarrhea. David Wolf, thank you so much for your generosity. And for your super sticker, hype, which also is something new that YouTube is now featuring. I'm not sure exactly how it works. Never came across it myself, but apparently you can get hype points. I have no idea what that means, nor do I know how you can give them or receive them. But it's interesting. Get more classical than this. Schiphol Tower, KLM 747. And Arjan, mate, thank you so much for your generosity. 5 gifted memberships courtesy of Arjan van Vught. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Skyline's new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Arjan if you're one of the recipients of the gifted memberships. The Vries, good morning. And Gira Sim, thank you so much for your continued support. 7 months of member. Go AMS. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Let me shut up, listen to this airplane and its engines. What a beaut. Now, as you probably noticed, the spooling up is not that clearly audible. I noticed that before. If you're standing behind airplanes and you hear them spool up, it doesn't sound nowhere near as loud as when you're watching and listening from the side. It's always a bit underwhelming, but the view is all the more spectacular from behind. Have a look. Plenty of moisture still on the runway. On its way to Dubai. What a beautiful machine. And also a massive big thank you to LJJAMSI for 10 months of membership. Thanks for the wonderful pictures. Great job, he writes. Thank you so much for the ongoing support, my friend. I probably will recognize you if I knew what your username was, but I don't recognize your handle immediately. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. I hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come. That goes for all of you. Now, if you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like and maybe subscribe if you haven't already. Make sure to hit the bell icons to stay informed of upcoming live streams, new polls, new pictures and whatnot. KLM Cargo 747 on its way to Dubai. Big picture overview. This is what the southeast is currently looking like. This is the south, southwest, the west. Further to the west, it does look like overseas there are a few more clouds. This is looking to the north. And lastly, this is looking to the east, where around 11 o'clock, runway 27 is going to open up probably, and arrivals are going to begin for 40 minutes. Bernd, thank you so much, Maria. Bernd, thank you so much for the ongoing support once again. 10 mounts and counting. This KLM has gone off the radar. And this airplane too, and Ryanair too. There is a black hole, a dark spot on flight radar here at the threshold of 18 left. Now Corendon has become visible again. Ryanair is still missing. Corendon to Antalya, MAX 9 737. Air Baltic in the background also coming this way. Diana, goedemorgen. Erik, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. KLM 591 to Johannesburg has been pushed back. Is that coming this way still, or will that be leaving via runway 24? Ryanair's lights are on. It's going to enter the runway. It's a 737-800 to Malaga. E2 Embraer behind it to Bologna. And behind that, a Bombardier C-Series 300 to Vilnius. Morgen. Zeg je? Livestreamen. Hè? Zeker? Hey, fijne dag jongens. Passenger of the truck stopped wondering what I was doing, so I told them live streaming. They already sounded the horn when passing by earlier in the morning while I was still setting up. Right, so Wolfgang and Marissa indicating that both the triple, which I can already see, and also Emirates will be coming this way still. That is really nice. Ryanair on its way to Malaga. Now I am going to break off following the airplane because here we have a nice little combo shot in the making. The puny A220 in the foreground and the big triple behind it. Doesn't get much better than this, does it? Right, the 100th Airbus A220. Another sticker. Boom. And another big airplane watching us, staring us right in the face. Now there's always a lot to see here at Schiphol Airport. Sparta Rotterdam, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show. Hope you guys are enjoying the views. If you are, don't forget to leave a like, and if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams and polls and whatnot, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. Asking questions is always appreciated. If you have any, don't be afraid to ask any questions. Many people are watching. They're all friendly, and quite a few are knowledgeable too. There's also a tugger coming this way. Beep beep. That's the Phoenix E. Meanwhile, Jörg, thank you so much for your generosity. Jörg, aka JD, just now sent 5 memberships. In other words, he gifted them. Mate, thank you so much. You didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway. Probably courtesy of crossing the 400 likes. Thank you all so much for the likes. Hope you guys are all enjoying what you're seeing. I certainly am having fun here. This is KLM Flight 501. Going to Johannesburg. It was a little vortex. Visible. Engine inlet. Jörg, once again, thank you so much for your generosity. You didn't have to do it, but you did it anyway, gifting 5 memberships. I hope that everybody who just now received a membership will say thank you or danke schön. Enjoy the custom emojis, guys, if you're a new member. Spamming is not allowed, but you are allowed to use custom emojis as much as you want, so be sure to do that. Feel free. Also, make sure, if you're a new member or old but haven't cast your vote yet, to head over to the community section for members. There's a poll still running until Monday, tomorrow evening, local time, to decide the successor to playtime emoji. 4 candidates, and every vote counts. Jörg, once again, thank you so much for your generosity. Welcome to the Skylines new members. Another 777 is coming. Emirates Flight 146 to Dubai. Meanwhile, we have a lot. Embraer 175 over here, lined up, ready to go to Warsaw. It's looking polished. And we have an A319 to Paris, Air France Flight 1341, which is giving us a headshot over here. That should be fun with a triple behind it in a few moments. Joop, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined us. You're watching AMS Live still. We're here at the northern threshold of 18 left, where in 8 minutes or so from now, the runway is going to close. And then arrivals for 40 minutes from the runway that is crossing it, runway 0927. Thank you so much, Richard, who says, top show. Glad you're enjoying. I hope that goes for everybody. I'm always having a blast when over here. So much to see, so much to do. Like I said before, right now this runway is in use for departures. In a few minutes from now, this runway will close temporarily and we'll start to see arrivals from the east. And around 11:40 until 1, once again, this runway will open up again for departures. And I'm still hoping that today we are going to see the A350-1000 from Cathay Pacific, for instance. We missed that one the day before yesterday. Normally we would be able to see it, so I'm hoping that today we will. Also, don't think that Singapore has left yet. I'm hoping that we maybe are lucky enough to see it as well. Emirates Flight 146 to Dubai, staring us in the eyes. This is the Alpha 6 EBM, Echo Bravo Marie, Mike. Already 2 captains wave to us. 1 captain of a KLM widebody and 1 from a Turkish freighter. Might have to make a split thumbnail for this show. Both of the captains waving. Let's see if I can work that into something that looks decently and presentable. "19 years old, this 777-300ER already. Must be one of the first. Singapore A350 is currently being pushed back and will be going to runway 24, so that is unfortunate. There's a cheater on cheater's lane down the runway. Swiss A220. You can see the windsock in the foreground. The wind is blowing from the south mostly. And runway 27 will start being used for departures, for arrivals pretty soon. That's courtesy of the center runway being closed for maintenance for a few more days still. Normally 27 would stay closed on a day like today, and the center runway and Buitenveldertbaan would both be used for parallel arrivals. Hey, thank you Stefan, who donated for some towels so that you can dry off the 777 spray. Yep. That's going to be necessary. Let's see if we can catch a vortex from the engine inlet when this is going to spool up in a few moments from now. Yep, already. Howdy Henk, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. So the lights of the runway are still on. I'm thinking they are going to go off pretty soon. Now the question is, will there be coming more traffic to this runway? I don't think. Nope, already the lights are off. Means that we can start zooming out on flight radar and start enabling the inbound filter instead of outbound. Let's see, where is the first arrival? Doesn't seem to be in the vicinity yet. Austrian looks to become the first airplane to land here. That's still pretty far away. Fireworks being set off by bird control over there. Happy New Year, everybody. In the meantime, Mark just now gifting 5 memberships. Mate, thank you so much for your generosity, Mark. You didn't have to do that, but you did it anyway. A warm welcome to the Aurora Skylines, those new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Mark H if you just received a gifted membership from him. Have fun with the custom emojis. Head over to the community section and cast your vote for the emoji poll in the emoji poll. Mark, once again, thank you so much for your generosity. And welcome to the Aurora Skylines new members. So 18 left has now closed. Runway 27, which is crossing it, and where this K1 bird control vehicle is still patrolling, will open up in a few moments if it hasn't formally already opened up. Means that traffic arriving from the east of the country will land on this runway. I think the first arrival to this runway is going to be Austrian Flight 313, which is now in Dutch airspace, but still a bit further to the east. And if I had to guess, it's still 5 to 10 minutes out. Big picture overview. This is what it is currently looking like. Bit of clouds here and there, also patches of blue. Looking for contrails is a bit troublesome today. And a little privately owned airplane just now took off from runway 22 over there. Ah, even has a retractable gear. Is that a diamond or... And the Singapore A350 has been pushed back. There it is. It's on the move now to runway 24. So sadly, this one is going to get away from us today. Even though we're not going to see it take off from the runway we are standing next to, it is still a beautiful machine to view. Hey, and behind the Indigo is the Cargo Lux. Right, that was expected around 10 past 11 when I looked this morning. So that should be landing here on runway 27 shortly. In the meantime, this one is getting away from us. Singapore Airlines Flight 323 to Singapore. Hey, and the Corendon World to Fly in the background. If I'm not mistaken, the Orange Pride is also somewhere over there on the other side. And the Diamond DA42, thank you, Dukman. It sounds like I'm hearing a propeller-propelled airplane in the vicinity. Not seeing anything. Those XWB engines have a little exhaust at the bottom. Particularly when the airplane is standing still, you often see smoke emanating from it. Boeing engines also, or well, they're not Boeing engines, but engines on Boeings also have these, but they are on the inside, so you don't see that smoke. But on the XWBs, you do see them. They're external. Particularly when the airplane is standing still, you often see a puff of smoke. Hey Lisa, goedemorgen. Leonie, goedemorgen. Good morning. Weatherly, good morning. Austrian is approaching, what's that village? Harderwijk or something? It is getting closer by. Shouldn't be too long anymore before it's going to become visible over here. Indigo is also coming. Is that a part of the restaurant? No, don't think it is. Or is it? Singapore Airlines on the move. Indigo is also coming this way. Indigo already in Dutch airspace. And over here in the foreground we have Maurice Moorhan. Beautiful bird. Tow truck. Henk, goedemorgen. Tow truck on the move with a Dreamliner and a long distance headshot of another KLM Dreamliner. Let's see, Austrian is getting closer by. It's approaching Almere, which means it is a few minutes out from now. We should start seeing the arrivals soon thereafter. More continuity. There's also airplanes approaching from the northeast. KLM Flight 1230 arriving from Gothenburg. Cargolux 747. Have a look on Flight Radar, ladies and gentlemen. We do have a Queen that is now about to enter Dutch airspace and is going to be landing here soon. Let's have a look on Flight Radar quickly, and you can see now having entered Dutch airspace almost. Cargolux arriving from Nairobi in Kenya, operated by Cargolux Italia. You can also see that the SLM A340 has popped up on Flight Radar, and that will be leaving via runway 24 pretty soon. So once that is lined up, we ought to be able to see it. If we are lucky, we might also see the taxi. Now, let's see, zooming in a little bit, you can see that the first arrival from Austrian is already in the vicinity. Both engines are running. You can see that they're doing the controls check, the rudder, this is the last part. After the controls have been checked and everything is working in order, they'll request taxi clearance, and once given, you'll see that this airplane will start taxiing pretty soon thereafter. Singapore in the meantime taking off. Now, last time we were here, wide bodies often appeared from behind the buildings just a little left or right of the main tower. So this is where I am expecting the Singapore A350 to appear in a few moments from now. Hans Worst, goedemorgen. Mitch, good morning. And the A350 a little left of the main tower. Singapore Airlines, flight 323 to Singapore. The one getting away, but hopefully that will not go for the A350-1000, Cathay Pacific. More tow truck action over here as well. Transavia being towed. And what's this? Lufty in the Star Alliance livery. Alright, let's have a quick look. Where is that A340 that has been pushed back? Will it be coming this way for its taxi? I hope it will. Is there a little spot on the lens? That was looking like it, yeah. Okay. Let's see, handkerchiefs, that's something I forgot. But I always have a spare packet in my bag. Mental note, put handkerchiefs in my coat as well. Not ideal using a paper handkerchief, I know that, but sometimes you need to use what's at hand. So the A340 has been pushed back. That is hopefully coming this way to taxi to runway 24. It usually does come this way, so I am cautiously optimistic that we are going to see it. Now let's turn around because runway 27 is beginning to be used for arrivals. And somewhere over there should be the airplane already. Austrian flight 313. It's always interesting to see how far ahead we can see the glide slope. I think it ought to become, the airplane ought to become visible from behind the tree. Still over Amsterdam Southeast. Amsterdam Southeast. Air Europa is on the move. And Bimmer Fritz is celebrating his 23-month membership anniversary. Bimmer Fritz, mate, thank you so much for your support. 1 month and then you'll turn blue. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. Good morning to you too. And I hope all is well in the lounge. If not, let me know. And let me see what I can do to make things better. Bimmer Fritz, thank you so much for the continued support. Upwards and onwards. If all is well, Austrian flight 313 should become visible over there in a few moments from now. Based on what we could see earlier in the week, we should start seeing the airplane. I think it's going to appear from the left, from behind the tree. Somewhere over there should be the glide slope. It is, it's getting closer by. The airplane is now flying over Amstelveen. It's a good frame of, it's a good test case to see from where we can actually start seeing the airplane already. Really, I'm thinking that by now we should have been able to see it already. Oh wait, there it is. I missed it initially. But there it is. Austrian flight 313 arriving from Vienna. It's an A320. 1 hour and 27 minutes on the way. The airplane is 17 years old. First flight May 2008. Ah, I forgot to put up the ambient a little. This is probably very quiet still. Let's improve that right away. Right, turning up the ambient. Keep me posted. If it gets too loud, then I'll have to turn it down again. In the meantime, what are you doing? 3 Orion 33, aka Lello, who also already gifted 50 memberships the last time we were here 2 days ago. Once again, gifting no less than 50 gifted memberships. Mate, what are you doing? Are you sure you didn't make a typo? That is just incredible. That is insane. Thank you so much, Lello, for that stupendous generosity. Holy shizzle. If you are one of the recipients of Lello's gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you. That is just insane. Thank you so much, Lello. That is absolutely above and beyond. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, those new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Lello if you are one of the recipients of his gifted memberships. Make sure to have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal for a month. Also make sure to head over to the community section for members, where you can find a poll that runs until tomorrow evening local time, where we are going to decide which will become the successor to Playtime, the custom emoji that now is going to retire. Lello, incredible. Thank you so much for your generosity. And welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. I hope that everybody who received a gifted membership from you, not only today, but also the day before yesterday, will say thank you or has already said thank you. Wilma also back in the chat. Good morning, Wilma. And there's the A340 taxiing to runway 24. Indigo is also approaching. Indigo flight 21 arriving from Mumbai, 7879. And it seems that we've crossed through 500 likes. Thank you all so much for that. I'm glad to hear you guys are still enjoying. I'm always having fun over here. So much more action than at the Polderbaan. I hope you guys are also enjoying. It's proof of the fact that Schiphol has too many runways. If you close down the Polderbaan on the center runway, you get more action over here. And that makes live streams from Schiphol so much more enjoyable, at least in my humble opinion. The A340-600. And Indigo is approaching. Pretty soon thereafter we are also going to see Gargalux arrive from Nairobi in Kenya. Gargalux 747. I am going to quickly turn around. Indigo is coming. Or Indito maybe. Here it is, Indigo, flight 21, arrival from Mumbai. 7879 Dreamliner, 8 hours and 46 minutes on the way. 7-year-old airplane, first flight May 2018. Hey, Afrodite also back in the chat. Goedemorgen, Afrodite. Hope all is well. Good to see you again. There's the A340 making its way over to the threshold of runway 24. Hey, Jeff also back in the chat. Goedemorgen, Jeff. Joshua, good morning. Goedemorgen. Brian, good morning. Brian is tuning in all the way from the Philippines. Got a few narrowbodies coming this way first, but airplane number 3 is Cargo Lux Flight 315, arriving from Nairobi in Kenya. Not exactly sure what's happening. Is this a race to the threshold? EasyJet also underway to the threshold. Hey, and guess who is also back here in town? Well, or was. The remnants of Gary Grebe, Mother Ducker. There he is again. And diving under again. He's allergic to being filmed. He doesn't like it at all. Speedbird taking off from runway 24. All's good on my end, Afrodite. Thank you for asking. Nice to have you in the chat again. Alright. Now, the second airplane after this is going to be Cargo Lux. We already saw Queen taking off from runway 18 left here. Another one is going to land here on runway 27 in a few moments from now. Let's see. Can we see it already? It has to be somewhere over there. Caleb Vet 1772 arriving from Berlin is the next airplane, and after that, the 747 should be landing here. Those trees always make it a bit more difficult to see the airplanes in advance. If all's well, there shouldn't be a ceiling. It seems a bit harder to see the airplanes in advance today than it was the day before yesterday. In the meantime, Mehmet gifting a membership. May, thank you so much for your generosity. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Raymond, who is the recipient. Here we have the airplane preceding the 747, and I'm thinking the 747 should be somewhere over there. If only we can see it. I think the trees are in the way. A340 lineup. Let's have a look. There's the A340 on its way to Suriname. In the meantime, I'm also looking over my shoulder behind me because there is a 747 now on final. Cargo Lux, let's have a Look, there it is, Cargolux arriving from Nairobi in Kenya. There it is. Which of course is in Cargolux Italia, flight 315. 7 hours 58 minutes on the way. It's the LX Yankee Charlie Victor. Will it get loud? We'll soon find out. The airplane is 17 years old. Its first flight was in July 2008. Of potential. Frankly, a little disappointing, I have to say. Such a shame. Whoa! Hey man, morgen! Next up is going to be number 190, arriving from Aalborg. Still, I'm struggling to find the airplanes until they are really close by. It's hard to see them. The day before yesterday, there definitely were airplanes visible over there already. I'm pretty sure I saw them over there already. Right now it seems like those clouds are a little bit in the way. Hopefully not for much longer, because looking in the direction that the wind is now blowing from, this is what I'm seeing, and I'm thinking that the sun is going to shine over here in a few moments from now. Now it is once again Indito rush hour, because we have Indito over here and we have Indito having landed just now, standing over there. And the KLM triple in the process of being pushed back. Will they bring this Indito Dreamliner to its brother? Wouldn't be surprised if they were. Oh, and we're going to see a runway 24 landing. And here we have the second airplane in the SkyTeam livery in KLM's fleet, the Embraer 190. We saw the 737-900 taking off from runway 18 left earlier in the show. This one is continuing to runway 24, the runway used for departures. It's a breakaway landing where they follow the glide slope and then break away to the left. Happens quite regularly. Here the GE90s being started. It's the airplane that we saw getting pushed back in a few moments ago. Indito coming to his bro, which is over there. So for those of you joining us just now, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are at the northern threshold of runway 18 left. That runway was open for departures earlier in the morning. Right now it is temporarily closed and the runway intersecting it, runway 27, is now being used for arrivals. That's from 11 until approximately 11:40 normally speaking, and from then until 1 o'clock. Once again, 18 left will start being used for departures again. So even though the landings take place a bit further away right now, the takeoffs pretty soon are going to be taking place pretty close by. If you joined us only later, you may have missed two beautiful occurrences where the captain of a widebody waved to us from their cockpit while turning onto the runway. Both a Turkish freighter, widebody freighter, and a widebody KLM captain threw a wave. KLM 747 taking off to Dubai via 18 left earlier in the show. You may have also missed if you only joined us just now. Two Indigos, one shot. And the GE19s that you heard are of the 777 in the middle of the shot. It's being started, having been pushed back. In the meantime, there is an SAS about to land here on runway 27. Definitely hearing something military overhead. I'm trying to see where I need to look to see it. It's not the twin jet control that I see over there, is it? No. That's not it. There's a military prop flying overhead somewhere, but it's not producing a control. I'm looking up. I'm trying to spot it. It is visible. If only I need to. If only I know where I need to look. The problem is I'm not seeing anything. The sun is beginning to shine over here. It's looking bluer where the wind is blowing from. So that is nice. More arrivals here. Sun Express. Well, the sun is definitely coming out here as well. So we have Indigo over there. Where did they take the other Indigo to? Did they decide to park it somewhere over there? Because I'm not seeing it. Right, let's see what is coming in. It's all narrow bodies, but there is an Emirates arriving from Dubai. Emirates flight 9906, has that been assigned to the Buitenveldertbaan already? Or is that still coming this way? Because there's a triplet of narrow bodies now approaching runway 27, and I'm thinking, given the current time, those might be the last arrivals for the time being. Big chunks of the sky now blue all around me. This is looking to the south. This is looking to the west. This is looking to the north. Most of the clouds are currently in the east. Any quad engined contrails passing by in the vicinity, let me know. I should be able to see them. At least for the time being, the skies are reasonably open. What's this? It's German Airways with the DTM special livery. The damn wall. It's the daily damn wall. Still trying to spot the next airplanes. They are a bit harder to see than the day before yesterday. Next up will be KLM flight 1292, arriving from Billund, a 737-800. Should be over there somewhere. I think, yeah, there it is. No Karen cabin on board this airplane. Karen will have to sit with the rest of the plebs in the main cabin. Sky Cargo indeed going to the Polderbaan, Marissa says. As I thought, given the time, it is almost 11:40 already. That does mean that they are going to reopen this runway for departures pretty soon, and since we haven't seen the A350-1000 leave yet, I am pretty hopeful that we are going to see that later in the show. So the Emirates Sky Cargo is already going to the Polderbaan. Means that there is one more airplane landing here on runway 27 and then back to runway 18 left departures. There is a Chinese triple going to the Polderbaan right now. Seeing arrivals on the Polderbaan from here is pretty difficult. Only a small glimpse. And you need to know where to look and when to look predominantly. That's always the hard part here. I think the next airplane is arriving. Ja, dit is een goede plek, absoluut. Vind ik ook. Ja. More fun than the Polderbaan. If the Polderbaan or one of the other runways is closed, then this place becomes very interesting. Normally speaking, they don't land here on runway 27. With wind like today, they usually have parallel arrivals with the center runway and Polderbaan open, and in that case, there's 40 minutes of nothing going on over here other than taxiing airplanes. But on a day like today, when they also use arrivals, they use 27 for arrivals. It is much more interesting than the Polderbaan because you have so much more going on here. Now I think this was the last landing on runway 27, and if all is well, the lights of runway 18 left are going to go on again soon. I think that the bird control is still doing an inspection, the last bits of it. But we are going to see the runway lights going on again pretty soon, and we'll start seeing departures again taking place from the threshold over here. It is 11:36, so we are a few minutes early already, but you can already see on flight radar that the airplanes arriving from the east now are all going to the Polderbaan already. Formally, the runway switch usually is at 11:40, so that's still 4 more minutes to go. We are going to see airplanes coming here to take off pretty soon. Indigo probably, Indito and his Indy Bureau right there. We have a pushback over there. And while we're waiting, that gives me time to also go ahead and switch my filter on flight radar. We're going from inbound once again to outbound. So zooming in on the platform, I think what we are filming is KLM flight 877 to Mumbai, and I think that might take off from 18 left as one of the first, if not the very first airplane after the reopening of the runway, which should happen in a few minutes from now. If you guys have been enjoying what you've been seeing so far, don't forget to leave a like. Make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon if you haven't already, if you want to stay in front of upcoming live streams, new polls, new pictures, and whatever, and all the works. Jörg has to go. Jörg, thank you so much for joining us here today. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, mate. Hopefully see you again later in the upcoming week. Now, KLM Flight 877 to Mumbai. The engines are starting. Also reminds me that I need to lower the ambient volume again, because when the airplanes are coming this way, it will get loud otherwise. What's this, Wolfgang? Writing in Dutch. Hartelijk dank voor alles. Ga zo door. Hurra, AMS Live. Hartelijk dank is a bit formal. If you use more informal Dutch, you would more likely say dankjewel or hartelijk bedankt probably is probably what you would use even more. Hey, you're welcome, Wolfgang. Thank you so much for 25 months of membership. Always a pleasure to have you in the chat. Hope you're going to come back for many more months to come. Hope you're also enjoying being a mod, because you are a very appreciated mod, and I hope you like both being a member and being a mod, and you're going to stay on for many more months to come. Looking forward to our day of skiing in January. We can also go to Zellamzee. I saw that from Viehoven you have the Zellamzee Express. You can park right at the bottom of the lift. I think that's going to the Schmittenhöhe mountain. I'm definitely going there one day of the vacation. Not yet sure what day, but if you have a preference, either going to Zellamzee or maybe staying in the ski circus area, I'll leave that up to you, mate. Hey, Boy is also in the chat. Goedemorgen. Hey, nice, boss. Thanking Lello for the gifted membership. Although I'm not seeing a I'm not seeing an AMS Live logo right behind it. Huh? How does that work? Right. In the meantime, KLM Flight 877 is on the move. Funnily enough, I don't see any lights on yet. Don't know if they don't have to be on when it is sunny, or if this airplane isn't coming to our runway yet. All right. I do see that KLM Flight 1959 to Istanbul is coming this way, so that tells me that 18 left has reopened, even though the lights don't seem to be on. Hey, Gilberto also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Turkish Flight 19, not Turkish, KLM Flight 1959 to Istanbul is first coming this way. But KLM Flight 877 to Mumbai is not too far behind. Zigging their way over here. There's KLM Flight 1959 to Istanbul, already coming this way. That means that from now until 1 o'clock, we are going to go back to departures again from 18 left over here where we are standing at the northern threshold. Hope the ambient is set to the right level. If it is still a tad too loud or too low, let me know. Karen cabin in the back, which is where she belongs. Doing a turn and burn. Boom! Here we go again with the headshots. The sun is shining, which means I think I might tone down the exposure compensation, which we had at +1/4 stop, back to default. Sound is good, thank you Wolfgang. Thanks for the feedback. This is the PHB VB, also from 2008. If I recall correctly from memory, March. Let's double check. We have a Dreamliner to Hyderabad also coming this way. This is KLM flight 877 to Mumbai, and the PHBVB is indeed from March 2008, making it 17 years old. I wonder how much more moisture there is still left on the runway. Earlier departures caused some vortices from the inlets. Yeah, still. Tornado! Shadow Prepper, good morning, tuning in from Norway. Welcome to the show, mate, and welcome everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy, and this is a 777-300 going to Mumbai in India. The Indian exodus has begun because next will be KLM flight 873, a 7879 Dreamliner to Hyderabad, also in India. Still moisture on the far end, on the runway. Beautiful to see. Now, if you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like and maybe subscribe if you haven't already, and hit the bell icon if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, new pictures and polls being posted. This is KLM flight 873 to Hyderabad. Joop is asking if there is an ETA for today. Well, that's a good question. We haven't seen any thus far, so you haven't missed any yet. Normally speaking, there would be a few. Right now, we're still missing out on them. What we've missed with ETAs, we have seen with Captain Waves, 2 of them. Hey, Retro Tarum coming this way. Thanks for the heads up, Marissa. That is a stunner. Very much looking forward to seeing that in real life again. This is KLM flight 873 to Hyderabad in India, the Papa Hotel, Bravo Hotel India. 9-year-old airplane, first flight September 2016. Oh, and I can see the boop, the cute boop, the snooty already. There it is. What a cutie. Have a look at this. Retro Tarom. And another small tornado, engine inlet vortex. Moisture on the runway still. Boom, 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 boom. Have a look. Oh, what a cutie. Retro Tarom, 70 years. Happy 17 years. Tarom flight 362. What a beautiful machine. So cute. Retro Tarom. We need more retro liveries. They simply made them better decades ago. Much prettier. Those black tipped noses, always so cute. This is the Yankee Romeo Bravo Golf Golf, 24-year-old airplane. Its first flight was in April 2001. 737 to Bucharest. Fire in the hole! And Valmir, bom dia! Hugs back to Brazil. Welcome to the show. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. There are many people watching. Most of them are knowledgeable and friendly. So don't be afraid to interact with the live chat. Next up over here, KLM flight 1305 to Gdansk in Poland. That's an Embraer 190. The Papa Hotel Echo Zulu Papa, 15 years old, first flight March 2010. Joko, goedemorgen. Indeed, lovely place to be standing here, particularly if there is a runway closed for maintenance like the central runway still is for a few more days. Their contour in P3 or at P3. That's also a prime location to be looking from. Such a shame that live streaming isn't allowed there. Thank you so much, Schiphol Group. Live streaming is deemed to be a commercial activity, which in my case it certainly is, but then you need permission. You need to fill in an extensive sheet. When will you be going? Where will you be going? What is the purpose? How many people will you be taking with you? From when till when? And you have to pay. Now you can rest assured that that is not going to be a small fee. In other words, they make it impossible to do live streams from P3. You can still go there and film and take pictures if you're not doing anything commercially. If it's for private consumption, so to speak, it is allowed. So if you make compilation videos, that's good, because even if you have a big channel, as long as you're not live streaming, they will never know, and you can just say this is for private use and get away with it. Best location in the house, P3. The Schiphol Group hates live streamers. Such a shame. Their loss. This is also a good location. And this is KM Malta, flight 395 to Malta, an A320 Neo. El Al to Tel Aviv next after this, 737-900. Wolfgang mentioning an A340 overhead. It is immediately overhead in my zenith. Not producing a very sizable contrail, which is why I wasn't able to see it initially. But now I do. Can I show you guys? Yeah, there it is. Lufty A340 Detroit, Frankfurt to Detroit. A lovely city. Wind is picking up, which you will probably see by the way the footage is sometimes becoming a bit more unstable. El Al flight 338 to Tel Aviv, lined up, ready to go at a moment's notice. Bump. Hey, that's good news, Marissa. KLM to Nairobi has been pushed back and will come to 18 left. El Al to Tel Aviv underway and KLM flight 1333 to Poznan, with a November at the end. Lined up over here. That's number 190. We have an EasyJet A320 Neo to Milan immediately after that. The OE Louis. And KLM flight 565 to Nairobi in Kenya has been pushed back, a 787-10 Dreamliner. It should be located a bit further to the right. I'm not sure to what extent we are able to see it over here. I think actually this might be it. Or is it? No, nope. It's not. This might be it. Or is it even further back? Not sure. Anyway, we'll see it soon enough though. It's coming this way. And I love the A340-600 also following the same path. Well, right now the clouds are in the majority in the sky, Wolfgang. This is what it currently is looking like overhead. Quite suddenly a lot of clouds have drifted in where we had a majority blue sky not too long ago. Right now things are clouded. And cloud streets, linear cloud formations. You can see where the wind is coming from. I'm now pointing the camera directly in the direction of the wind, and the windsock is indicating that the wind is picking up. Alright, the OE Louis taking off right now. KLM EasyJet flight 27827 on its way to Milan. Hey, and there we go. ITA is coming. ITA is coming to town. Red Wine Express is also coming this way. Embraer 175 to Bordeaux. think we'll start seeing the narrow bodies before the 787, or no, 787 is also on the move. There it is. This is KLM flight 565 going to Nairobi in Kenya. 787-10 Dreamliner on its way. We have a long distance headshot. That is Air Canada flight 809 to Toronto. Bank robber. Hide the money. If we're not too late already. And this is Ita. Salve Ita. Indeed. Indeed, Ray. Ita is coming to be leaving either to Rome or to Milan. Or has it arrived? Because I'm not seeing it on flight radar actually. So I'm wondering, I think this might have arrived, or has it? Nah, it's looking like it's looking like it's coming this way. It's not a flight radar, it's under the radar. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Here in the foreground, the Red Wine Express, Embraer 175 to Bordeaux. Beautiful airplane. That shade of blue is just so pretty. Even if the sun isn't shining like right now, still such a wonderful color. Indito in the background, and before Indito and after, behind Ita, is the Dreamliner to Nairobi. What a pretty sight. What a pretty sight this is. Tilt axis. With the wind blowing. If I don't use the tilt axis and let go of the camera gets pointed up or down because of the wind. If my voiceover audio sounds a little different, I've put the cap of my parka over my head simply because my neck was starting to get a little chilly. It's going to Milan. Okay, thanks for looking that up, Marissa. Ita to Milan on the way. Bump bump, bump bump, bump bump. Right, let's quickly turn back. Here we have KLM flight 565 going to Nairobi, which is the capital of Kenya, a country in Now this is the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Hotel, the BKH. It's 5 years old, first flight May 2020. It is a 787-10 Dreamliner. Have a look at the flaperon again, going down all the way, then it's going to level, and then it's going to fall in line with the flaps again. Vortex from the engine inlet. Now the flaperon will go fully up, level I mean, and then it's going to fall in line with the flaps. As before, there you go. The idiosyncrasies of the flaperon during takeoff of a Dreamliner. Hey Veronique, goedemiddag, good afternoon. And Francesco, buongiorno, benvenuto. And welcome to the show for everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at runway 18 left, the northern threshold of Aalsmeerbaan. Departure's taking place. Earlier we saw arrivals on the runway intersecting this runway 27. That's going to happen again between 1 and 2 o'clock. But for now until 1 o'clock, this is the departure central. Alan also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Biggie Al68, aka Alan, Big Al, who just realized this is an aviation channel. Doh! It's not your local pub full of banter. Well, no, actually it is. It is sort of like a pub, isn't it? With banter. Particularly banter, aviation and non-aviation related, by Alan and all the others. Mate, thank you so much for the ongoing support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking. If not, let me know. Let me see what I can do to make things better. Hope you're going to keep coming back for a long time to come. If not in the lounge, then at least as a regular frequent visitor, Alan. Always nice to have you in the chat. Hope you're doing well. And thank you so much for the ongoing support. Potassium also coming this way. That's good news. Flying potassium bomb. And there's DHL. Adi, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, mate. Happy Sunday. Hope you're doing well. And nobody, I have no idea. I don't know why those flaperons go up and down. I noticed it before on the 777 flaperons do something similar, though not exactly the same. If I recall correctly, on the 777 they only go up to level and then back again in line with the flap setting. On the Dreamliner they go down first fully and then they go level and then they go back to the flap setting. Why that is, I have no idea. A lifelong member. Well, long may you live, Alan, and long may AMS Live live as well. Firefighter passing by in the foreground. We have KLM flight 1645 to Genoa now lined up. That's an Embraer 175. ETA flight 107 to Rome is coming this way. That's an A320neo. In the background, KLM flight 757, which is going to leave for Panama City. There's the ETA. What's the estimated time of departure of the Cathay Pacific A350-1000? We missed it on, when was it? Friday? Sunday, right? Yeah, the day before yesterday we were here too. Didn't do a stream yesterday. When we were here on Friday, we missed out on the A350-1000. Hopefully today that's not going to happen again. If Google isn't your friend, buddy, then try ChatGPT. I'm sure there must be an answer for that. ETA flight 107 to Rome, coming this way. It's an A320neo doing the zigzag that you need to go through to get to the threshold. Meanwhile, bastard mother ducker diving under. Gary Greep is also here. Although filming him is quite the challenge this morning. Lelo, thank you so much for your kind words. No other aviation stream has a more positive atmosphere than right here. I am so happy to hear you say that. Thank you so much for your kind words. Spread the word. If there's one thing that we need, it is more viewers and more subscribers. Unfortunately, after the NATO summit, the algorithm hasn't been too kind to us. And I feel that is unjustifiably so. Meanwhile, Stephen has also returned to the chat. Stephen, aka JPN, aka Just Play Nuts. And he came in with a bang, gifting 10 memberships. Stephen, you really didn't have to do that, mate. You really didn't. Thank you so much, though, for doing it. That is stupendously generous. Welcome to the Runway Sky Lounge. New members, if you are one of the 10 recipients of Just Play Nuts' gifted memberships, don't forget to say thank you to him. His name is Stephen. Make sure to say thanks and enjoy the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. Stephen, thank you so much for your generosity, mate. You didn't have to do that, but thank you so much. Welcome to the Sky Lounge new members. Make sure to vote in the custom in the poll for the custom emoji replacement of playtime. Still running until Monday evening local time, so you still have 1.5 days to cast your vote. It's in the community section of the channel page. Head over there if you haven't already. Steven says, I feel younger after turning my clock back. You know what? I also have the same feeling. Also when you travel and you go to a place where it is still earlier in the day. I also get that feeling. The feeling of time travel. Now obviously in 5 months from now you're going to feel different. You're going to start feeling older after having put forward the clock an hour. But savor the moment. And also you got to sleep in, which we had an opportunity to do last weekend when we went back to the winter time here in Europe. Alright, Dukman, aka Buddy, has looked into the matter of the flaperon moving, and he writes that at low speed it increases lift until they have gained enough speed. Now, why then does it first go to level and then fall back to the flap setting? And why does it not go back to the flap setting right after having gained enough lift? That's what I'm wondering. Because you feel like it loses lift when it's going back level. So first it gains more lift, then after having picked up sufficient speed it drops the lift, and then it gains the lift again after going back to the flap setting. It doesn't make sense to me. Frank says they do it to relieve stress on the actuators. They have a system where hydraulic power is removed from the flaperons when takeoff power is applied to reduce stress on the actuators. And the actuators, that's the motors that are responsible for moving the flaperon up and down, right? Interesting to get into the technical details. Technically speaking, here at AMS Live. In the background, there is a Dreamliner being tugged. And here in the foreground, we have Hans' favorite going to Malaga in a moment. Voiling, fueling, welling, wheeling, voiling, flight 8364. Dennis, goedemorgen. Well, I say good morning, but it is good afternoon already. Hey, Jennifer, also back in the chat. And I saw something yellow in the background. Did you guys see it as well? Jennifer, thank you so much for your support. Jennifer is celebrating 23 months a member. That means 1 more month to go. Holy moly. Haha, indeed. That'll mean another green member will have gone blue. Not sure what Greenpeace thinks of this trend of green members going away from being green and going blue. I know I am absolutely loving it. Jennifer, thank you so much for your ongoing support. I hope that everything in the lounge is still to your liking. You know what I'm about to say. If anything is amiss, let me know and let me see what I can do to make things better. Jennifer, also from my hometown, aren't you? If I recall correctly. We have an A300-600 going to Leipzig. And for that, it's going to take runway 18 left to be taking off from.
This shit is bananas. B-A-N-A-N-A-S.
This A300-600 is a bit older than the average airplane that you see taking off here. 31 years old already. First flight was in February 1994. February 1994. I was in my last year of elementary school. Only in September that year did I go to middle school. So I was still prepping the CITO-toets, probably. The exam that you need to do in your last year of elementary school to determine to which level of middle school you're best to go. 11 years old. Ah, just moved, but still living in Lisse, right. Moved within the village. Orange Pride is leaving for Delhi in India at 12:42. Jewe Slijm is saying. Good afternoon to you too, by the way, Jewe Slijm. At that time, 18 left should still be open. So if all is well, the Orange Pride is going to take off via this runway later in the hour, ladies and gentlemen. That would be amazing to see. Looking forward to that already. This is the Delta Alpha Echo Alpha Quebec. This airplane is 31 years old. What were you doing back in February 1994? Hey, Turkish A330 on radar. Will we get another wave from the pilot? From the captain, in fact. We saw the captain of an earlier Turkish A330 freighter, which, if I recall correctly, departed around 10:20 a.m. local time. Wave to us. That was flipping amazing. Patrick Visser, good afternoon, mate. Love this channel, he writes. Thanks for the support, mate, and for the encouraging words. Glad to hear you're enjoying. Hope everybody is. Make sure to leave a like if you haven't done so already, if you are enjoying what you're seeing. Old school engines, old school machine. CITO-toets. Ray hasn't heard that in a long time. Back then, it was the only exam that you had. These days, apparently, you have different variations. Well, I'm really happy that after the first year in middle school, they also did an assessment, because the CITO-toets, in my case, told me something else than what I eventually turned out to be capable of doing. These days, I think they are assessing more generally, not just one test, but more broadly. Which is good, because if you F up a test, and that's the only thing they base the advice on, or one of the most important things, it can have serious consequences. A300-600 on its way to Leipzig. The lighting, again, exquisite today. Cloudy backdrop against which this airplane is climbing out. Absolutely lovely to see. Bird control over there, and hey, what's going on with that airplane engine? Or is that the bird controller smoking so much? I think they're starting the right. They were starting the right engine while already taxiing on the left engine power, or That was looking suspiciously smoky for a moment, but everything is looking good again. Ashley, goedemiddag, good afternoon. And in February '94, Stephen was working for GE Capital. Took an aptitude test and it recommended I be a beer brewer. That sounds like a good profession to be doing. Honestly, I think it would be fun. I'm not sure how viable it is long run. This is KLM flight 1853 to Munich, and Embraer 190. There is a Turkish Airlines A330 to Istanbul that has been pushed back. It has begun moving. There it is already, coming this way. Amateur Moon was at the Academy, Scottish Secondary School, in 1994. EHAM Speed. I didn't know we were starting to talk drugs here. So, what's your experience with taking EHAM Speed, Wolfgang? Jeff says in '94 I was probably rather stoned somewhere in the UK. Dutch Boy says in '94 I was flight mech out of Frankfurt to Saudi twice a week. Living in Frankfurt. Name is Dirk. Nice, Dirk. This is KLM flight 1853 to Munich, Embraer 190. And you're absolutely right, Frank. Many people end up being a member of the board of beer consumers. Absolutely right. I wouldn't be surprised if the vast majority of viewers would be member as well. Turkish Airlines, flight 1952 coming this way. Nice. Albert was working at a promotional gifts printing factory at 34 years old. Now at 65 I am doing embroidery. Now I've lost the message because of the pop-up, which also means that my chat window once again froze. That's the downside of trying to read longer messages, for which I have to scroll laterally. Let's see if I can get this fixed again. Nope, that's still popping up. Let me quickly fix this before the A330 is taking off. Copy the link, close the chat window, open a new chat window, paste the link that I copied, go from top chat to live chat, scroll down. Now I've got the wrong app in my split screen. Now I need to reopen flight radar. Re-enable split screen. Still not getting the chat working the way I want it to. Try that again. Close the window, open a new window, paste the link, top chat to live chat, re-enable split screen, size up the chat. Still don't have the chat working properly. But the A330 is taking off, so let's film that first. After this, we have an A321neo to Istanbul, Turkish Pegasus flight 1252. The lighting is still exquisite. Have a look. You can see the wind is still blowing from the south-southwest. I would call it. Up, and away it is. Meanwhile, Pegasus is lining up. Let me try fixing that chat window again. Here we go again. Copy the link. Close the window. Paste the link. Top chat to live chat. Scrolling down. Re-enable split screen. Think we're good now. Right. That's what you get for trying to read long messages. Everything is working again. In order, in good order. This is Pegasus flight 1252 to Istanbul. A321neo. The TC RFE, Romeo Foxtrot Echo. The airplane a year old, first flight September 2024. Once again, things now have opened up a little. You can see better part of the runway area. The sky above the runway area is now blue again. Hey, Stof also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the Orange Pride should be leaving pretty soon. We did see it earlier in the morning. I'm sure it is parked not too far from where we can see, but right now there are airplanes in front of the Orange Pride. I think it should be somewhere over there. Let's see. We have a TUI flight to Punta Cana. That's probably also going to runway 24, isn't it? There it is. TUI Dreamliner to Punta Cana. Going to runway 24. Next up is an A321neo to Berlin, KLM flight 1777. Lovely Karen cabin in the back. Now I'm waiting for the next wide body to come this way. I'm wondering which one it will be. Will it be the Orange Pride? We still have to see the A350 from Cathay Pacific, the A350 1000. 777 starting its engines. That's KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru. Unfortunately, that will be leaving via runway 24. As I expected. This is Fax, P-H-A-X-E, Faxi. Turning and burning. Turning and burning. And from this angle you can see through those see-through engines quite beautifully. Small core and a lot of bypass, as they call it. Second GE90 of the 777 to Lima starting up. You could probably pick that up on the mic. We're not going to see this land take off from this runway, but it is nice to see. Now no longer on flight radar visible, but it was earlier. KLM flight 743 to Lima in Peru has begun its taxi to runway 24. Next departure from 18 left is approaching, KLM flight 1355 to Prague. That's a 737-800. The World to Fly Corendon A350 over there in the background. And one of Indigo's has been parked over there as well. You can see the tail. Meanwhile, over here, KLM flight 1355 to Prague. 737-800. Comes equipped with a carrying cabin in the back, as you can see quite clearly. This is the Papa Hotel Bravo X-ray uniform BXU, 19-year-old airplane. First flight was in April 2006. Hovering right in the vicinity of the tail until I pointed the camera to him. Up, and away. Now, where are the next airplanes? Looking on Flight Radar and you filter for outbound traffic, it's relatively calm right now. We have Austrian coming this way, flight 314 to Vienna. I think we saw that land on runway 27 earlier. Where is that? There it is. There's also an Embraer 190 to Geneva that I think might be coming this way. We are also going to see a tugger, already audible and now visible too. The Lima Hotel. Which is a little different from the Papa Hotel. Here we have Austrian flight 314 to Vienna. And that's an A320. Is that a bird here in the foreground? No. For a moment I thought it was, but it isn't. Martin, goedemiddag. And welcome to the show, one and all. You're still watching AMS Live? My name is Boy. We're here at the northern threshold of runway 18 left, aka the Aalsmeerbaan. Secondary runway for departures together with the Taagbaan, runway 24. Around 1 o'clock we are going to see runway 27 open up again for inbound traffic. That's the runway intersecting this runway. Austrian to Vienna is now lining up. Flight 314. That's an A320. The OE LXC, 17 years old. First flight May 2008, doing a turn and burn. The sun is shining without a cloud in the vicinity. It's not going to be long-lived though, because as you can see, there are definitely still clouds here in the sky. It varies a little. One moment it is more open, the other it is more closed and more cloudy. Not a lot of biz jets that have taken off from Schiphol Oost this morning. Biz Hub Central is out of our view, right over there. From the McDonald's you can see it. From here it is obscured from view, but when something is taking off you usually hear it. Next airplane taking off here is going to be KLM flight 1933 to Geneva. Hey, and the A350 to Hong Kong has come alive on flight radar, as has KLM flight 871 to Delhi, which is giving us a long distance headshot over there, and that's the KLM Orange Pride, of course. KLM Orange Pride will be taking off pretty soon from this runway. Both of the runways, both of the airplanes still assigned to 18 left. That's good news, Marissa. Thanks for the heads up. Meanwhile, while the Orange Pride is starting up, I am quickly replacing a battery of one of my heated gloves. Here we go, back for more. So we have an Embraer 190 to Geneva lined up over here. And we have the KLM Orange Pride over there, which will be leaving for Delhi in India pretty soon. It's staring us in the face already. It's coming this way as well. It's going to take off via 18 left. And China Cargo 777 on radar as well. Wolfgang says, is that coming this way? Chinese triples usually take off via runway 24. Has that triple been assigned to our runway, or will it take off a different runway? A jet, in the meantime, in the foreground. That has probably arrived. I'm not seeing it on flight radar. The G is also coming. The G to Athens. Now, the Cathay Pacific A350 1000 to Hong Kong is on the move already. It's coming this way. And there it is, or at least its tail end. Steven says, Delhi, I love submarine sandwiches. For some reason I also had to think of that. One big Delhi. So that's the Cathay Pacific A350 1000, flight 270 to Hong Kong, on its way to the threshold of the runway we are standing right next to. Hey, and Lee Joe 787 also received notification of having received a gifted membership. Wouldn't be surprised if that was Lello, who once again today gifted 50 frigging memberships. Stupendously generous. I sure hope it wasn't a typo, and I certainly hope that you guys, none of you are spending any money on AMS Live that you need yourselves. That would make me feel really uncomfortable. Not worth it. Hey, it's the G in the house. The G will be leaving for Athens in a few moments. A321neo, flight 3625. Hope everybody has hidden their loot, because the G is coming here to snag it and taking it away. What's up, G? AG in the house, but not for long. But not for long. You may be right there, Wolfgang. You may be right there. I know, I for one am certainly thinking of food quite regularly. Have a look at this combo shot, ladies and gentlemen. Both these jets are coming to take off from this runway we are standing right next to. So beautiful headshots incoming. Hey Casper, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, everybody. That's KLM Orange Pride coming this way. Being preceded by the Cathay Pacific A350-1000 to Hong Kong. Now, if you guys are enjoying shots like this, make sure to leave a like if you haven't already. 1,000 likes while live will still give you an airplane dance. Make sure to hit subscribe and hit the bell icon if you want to stay informed of upcoming live streams, upcoming polls and more. The Orange Pride. But first, the A350-1000. Have we seen A350s taking off here before this show? I don't think we have, haven't we? I honestly think this is the first A350 of the show taking off here from 18 left. There we go. Cathay Pacific cargo. No, not cargo. Passengers are the only cargo of this beautiful machine. Cathay Pacific Flight 270 to Hong Kong. A350-1000. Bravo Lima X-Ray Oscar, 4 years old, first flight February 2021. Have a look, it's a custom emoji. It's a custom emoji. Now, got everything going on all at once. There's the A380 on final. Going to the Buitenveldertbaan, really far away. Much worse visible than everything going on over here. Vortex. Right, next up the PHBVA. It's the Orange Pride going to Delhi in India. KLM flight 871. First flight of this airplane was in January 2008, making it 17 years old. It is of course the PHBVA, the KLM Orange Pride, flying to Delhi in India as 871. Showtime, ladies and gentlemen. You can see there's still moisture on the far end, despite the sun and the wind. This time of year, it's not evaporating as quickly as in the summer months. And away it is. In the clouds, through them, casting a shadow even. That was amazing. Now, the question is, will there be more departures from this runway before 1 o'clock? And you're welcome, Frenchman XX, who in Dutch writes, you are making beautiful footage. Thank you, boy. You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. Gary Grebe, the mother ducker, over there. Looking on flight radar, I am not seeing traffic right away. I think actually I can already see KLM flight 1819 to Frankfurt lined up at runway 24, which leads me to believe that now the center runway, the Aalsmeerbaan is closed already. Let's see. The Emirates A380 has landed in the meantime and is taxiing to the gate. Let me see. I am switching to inbound traffic. Maria's time to go. Thank you for joining us today, Maria. Sleep well. Hopefully see you again later in the week. Runway 27 has already begun to be used for arrivals. First arrival over here is a KLM Embraer 175 arriving from Frankfurt, I think. Yeah, 1818. 1819 to Frankfurt is leaving via runway 24, and 1818 is arriving here via runway 27. Means we need to amp up the audio a little. Once again, since the arrivals are taking place further away. Adi Klaas, goedemiddag. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. Next airplane arriving is Transavia flight 6414. I'm still going to give it a go to see if I can spot the airplanes a bit further up ahead. Earlier it was a bit harder to see, and I'm pretty sure that the day before yesterday over here we were able to catch the arrivals when they were passing by over there. I think that the Transavia is behind those trees already. Saudia Dreamliner 78710 is going to be number 2 for arrival. So over there we have the number 1. Makes me think that we should be able to see the number 2 already. Ah yes! So clouds definitely in the way earlier. Clouds were definitely in the way earlier because here we can already see the Saudia Dreamliner. Hey, Supporter 777 also inbound 5 minutes out. Is that going to land here? Marissa also having to go. Thank you, Marissa, for joining. And hopefully see you again later in the week, next week. This is Saudia flight 215, number 2. Transavia has landed in the meantime. Bit hard to see, but behind the trees there is the Saudia Dreamliner. There it is. Saudia flight 215 arriving from Jeddah with Jeddah Nights on board. And it is the new iteration of the standard livery. The white with the beautiful retro-ish line. Now a bit denser part of the tree. Trees overlapping perhaps even. Hey, I am hearing something. Yep, BizJet. I was about to say, I'm hearing something. That's BizJet having taken off from runway 22. And Supara coming this way, the triple. That's nice. Thanks for the confirmation, Wolfgang. Here we have Saudia flight 215 arriving from Jeddah, the Hazar 29. That's Hotel Zulu Alpha Romeo 29. 4-year-old airplane. First flight November 2020. I like this iteration of their livery so much better than that old beige. This looks really sweet. What do you guys think? Which looks better in your opinion? Big picture overview. This is what the south is looking like. This is what the west is looking like. This is what the north is looking like. And finally, this is what the east is currently looking like. Quite a bit of traffic right now at the threshold of runway 24. And if you will excuse me for one moment, I'll do another switcheroo with a battery of a heated glove that has run out. With the constant wind here, it is pretty chilly. But heated gloves work a treat to keep the digits flexible and equipped for filming. Here we go. The next arrival is KLM flight 1354 arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. There it is already. So Suparna with their 777s have begun flying to Schiphol Airport recently. Not exclusively, they do still fly their 747s in. But now they also have 777s. They do look nice, I have to say, but that's because of the livery, which is a nice livery to begin with. But it is a tad sad if 747 flights get replaced by 777 flights. Another bizjet in the meantime took off from runway 22. Rather busy all of a sudden with bizjets. Guess that the rich folk like to sleep in on a Sunday. And why not? There's a tugger towing. And I like how you guys are also in alignment with my opinion about the livery of Saudia. The new one looks better. We seem to agree on that. Nice. Indito. Go, go, go. Indito. The other one is at the gate. The other one is currently right there. Spoiler asks, can you see the A380 taxiing? I think I just see a glimpse of it. There it is. Has just arrived on the scene. Hey, Glekmetrek or something. I hope I pronounced that somewhat properly. Welcome to the show, mate. Suparna is now number 2, flying over Amsterdam Southeast. I used to live in the vicinity of Duivendrecht station until 2022. Whenever the runway that is now used for landings was in use, the airplanes would fly as the crow flies, maybe 100 or so meters north of my house. I could always recognize the sound of the E2s. No, the regular Embraers, the Embraer 175s and the Embraer 190s immediately blind. They make a very distinct sound when they pass you by. So this is KLM flight 1830 arriving from Stuttgart. It's an Embraer 175, and after that we are going to see Suparna, a Suparna 777 freighter arriving from Nanjing in China. Hey, Turkish A330 also coming to runway 27. Thanks for the heads up, Wolfgang. That is good news indeed. That is good news indeed. Now, somewhere over there, a Suparna 777 should be flying. Spot the triple. Where? Oh, where? Got Gotcha. So this is Suparna Airlines, flight 87419. Arrival from Nanjing in China, 11 hours and 15 minutes underway. It's a brand new airplane. First flight of this airplane was in September this year, so really brand spanking new. 777 freighter. Come on, give us some reverser action, please. You know you want to. Hey René, the truck driver, also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. All things are good here on my end. Hope they are on your end as well. A321neo being tugged back. Now let's see. Next up is going to be KLM flight 1294, arrival from Billund. That's a 737-800. Then a Transavia arrival from TOS, Tuscany. Tromso. A little bit of clipping even with the triple. Let me just lower the ambient volume just a little bit. I've taken it a tad back. It's a bit, just a smidge higher than normally I would use at the Polderbaan. Bear in mind that the triple did use its reverser, so Turkish A330 is now number 2. Check it with the A330 again. Yeah, well, let's see if the Turks will use their reverser or not. I think I see them. They're right behind the pole. Light mast, there they are. That's Turkish Airlines flight 1957 arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. A330-200. Hey, Gary is also back. Good to see Gary. Hope all is well. If we go overboard with digital zoom, we can even bring it a bit closer by. The Turkish Airlines A330-200. It's number 2 for arrival. Let's indulge with the number 1 first, Transavia. Lovely weather here today. The sun definitely has broken out a bit more, looking to the west. Most of the clouds now northwest at the horizon. The Suparna triple, which has landed, is now making its way over to its parking at the cargo apron. First flight of this triple was in September this year. This airplane really is brand new. The Turkish Airlines A330 is also coming. Let's turn around quickly. Oh. Will it get loud? We'll soon find out. Idle first landing. Little disappointing in the audio department. The lawnmower that you were hearing was this dude who was also taking some pictures behind me. He was here the day before yesterday as well, then with a Carver motorcycle or tricycle, whatever. Alright, let's see what else is in the pipeline. Is there any wide bodies? Oh yeah, Qatar Flight 273 has entered Dutch airspace and is probably also coming this way. Let's see, is there anything else coming this way? It doesn't look like it right away, but it is worthwhile to stick around for Qatar. Qatar Flight 273, arriving from Doha, slowly but surely making its way over. Winglets of the A330, and is that Turkish? No, that isn't Turkish, is it? And good afternoon, Daniel, who says that Air Baltic with the Lithuanian flag is also coming. Fourth in line, there you go. That's a KLM A330. So that's going to take off. After Air France. KLM to Curaçao. Meanwhile, here at Schiphol, there is always a lot to see. And there's one coming this way in a few moments. There it is already. Where did I see it? There it is. This is lot flight 263, arriving from Warsaw, E2 Embraer 195. And KLM flight 1270, arriving from Copenhagen next after that. And then Air Baltic in the Lithuanian flag livery. Was it a different one? I forgot. Special livery Air Baltic, now number 3. has to go. Wilma, thank you for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully see you again soon. Now, the next airplane arriving is KLM flight 1270, arriving from Copenhagen. That's an A321neo. Probably behind the trees somewhere. Is there movement visible? Hard to see. Still struggling a little bit with pinpointing where the airplanes are exactly based on what you see on flight radar. Should be in the vicinity, and now I do see it. Yeah, so it was behind the trees after all. This is KLM flight 1270, arriving from Copenhagen. A321neo, flight time 1 hour and 2 minutes. Fax K, brand new airplane. First flight of this airplane was in August this year. After that, the Rasta. Ja man. Fax K arriving in the fleet in August, or at least that's when it began flying. How many more A321neos have followed? Surely this isn't the most recent A321neo of the fleet, is it? Hey, dankjewel Wilma, komt goed. Thank you so much for the kind words. Wilma says, enjoy the filming. I always do. Particularly if there are no technical issues, which often there are. But luckily today there haven't been any yet. Lithuanian flag livery Air Baltic is next. The Rasta airplane. It's the only special livery where I think that the green engine casings don't look off. It looks in line with the rest of the livery. There it is. Ja man, it's Air Baltic. Flight 621. Arriving from Riga. Riga what? Here it is. Lithuanian flag livery, 2 hours and 16 minutes. The flight time, Yankee Lima, Charlie Sierra Kilo. 7-year-old airplane already. First flight was in August 2018, and I'm wondering, has it been in this livery all that while, or has it been repainted to the current livery at a later stage? Buddy, aka Dukman, wonders if we're going to see an airplane dance in this show. For that we need 1,000 likes while live. I'm not sure what we are at right now. If you are enjoying the show and you haven't dropped a like yet, consider doing so if you want to see an airplane dance before the end of the show. Definitely make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon if you haven't already, if you want to stay in front of upcoming live streams, polls and whatnot. The Rastaman has arrived. We are at 817 likes right now, so that's a long stretch before getting an airplane dance. Don't think we're going to make it in today's stream. Still, more than 800 likes is already quite an accomplishment. Happy to hear you guys are enjoying. I certainly am always having fun whenever I am out here on this location. There's a lot happening. Pretty soon we are going to see Egypt Air. Qatar is not too far behind. Next up is KLM, flight 1776, arriving from Berlin, 737-800. KLM E2 Umber, arriving from Gdansk next after that. 737 has been pushed back. When's the World to Flight Corendon due to take off, by the way? Been seeing that standing there for a long time now. Hey, guess who's back? It's Marijke. Ricardo gaat er weer vandoor. Fijne dag nog. Tot de volgende. Dankjewel, Ricardo. And Royal Jordanian is also in Dutch airspace indeed, Daniel. Saw that as well. That should also be coming this way if it goes well. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Gdansk. And American. Fuck yeah. Next up will be Aegean. No, not Aegean, Egyptian. Egypt Airways. Probably need to look over there. Or do we? Bound to be over there somewhere. I was already seeing airplanes further in the back. Where was I? Already over there. The cloud is a little in the way. I think that's KLM flight 1232 arriving from Göteborg. Means, oh yeah, there it is, Qatar 777 arriving from Doha. We can see it. You can see here the clouds are in the way. So the clouds were also in the way earlier of us being able to see it. With clear skies, you can definitely see much further ahead already up the glide slope. Gotta love the way this airplane looks. Walking like an Aegean, yeah. Indeed. Jetstream Journey is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Welcome back. Now, once again, where are the airplanes? Well, the Qatar is over there, and you can even see vortices emanating from the flap tips. That's Qatar Airways flight 273, arriving from Doha. Royal Jordanian is also approaching, slowly but surely getting over here. Royal Jordanian. Last couple of days it's been A320neos that they've been sending over. They do also have E2 Embraers. E2 Embraer 195. I've seen that once in real life. That looks so good, that livery. On an E2 Embraer. next up is going to be Qatar Airways 777-300 arriving from Doha. 6 hours and 6 minutes on the way. Right now it is behind the tree. There it is slowly but surely becoming more visible. 777-300 Alpha 7 Bravo Alpha Uniform is the registration. It's 11 years old. Its first flight was in December 2013 already. Lufthansa A319 behind it. And after that, a KLM A321neo, and it's also looking like they are doing a runway inspection on Polderbaan, since there are now also airplanes coming this way that normally would have landed on the Polderbaan. Now they also sometimes have to do that. Means more traffic for us over here. Keep it coming. And vacating the runway. Butt shot. Off-axis butt shot. For a moment I thought we might have been in line with an exit of runway 27, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Next up is the Lufthansa A319 arriving from Frankfurt. Lufthansa flight 922. No, 992. 99. Ja, doch. But where? Where, oh where, oh where? Somewhere over there behind those leaves and branches. Undoubtedly. In the meantime, Tom Schillemans is celebrating 1.5 years of membership. Mate, thank you so much for your ongoing support. Hope everything in the lounge is still to your liking, Tom. Bijna dit milestone missed, he writes in Dutch, which means almost missed this milestone. Almost, but not quite. You were still in time. Tom, thank you so much. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record, thank you so much for the support. And let me know if anything is amiss in the lounge. Let me see what I can do to make things better if something would be wrong. Hope you're going to stick around for many more months to come, Tom. If not as a member, then at least as a regular viewer. Lufthansa A319, flight 992, 992. Karen cabin. In the back. Hank has to go. Thank you, Hank, for joining, and enjoy the rest of your day, mate. Have fun. Indeed, TPV, playing hide and seek with large aircraft. The thing is that we can see the airplanes further up ahead in the distance over there, but then they go behind these trees, and for a while it's hard to see them. And then they emerge again, as you can see over here, the A321neo. This is KLM flight 1218 arriving from Stockholm. Bam! Never even saw the sticker until just now on the back of the traffic sign. Well, big picture wise, the sun is shining in the south beautifully. Rather open skies, not so much if you look to the northwest and a bit further to the north, but mostly to the northwest and to the west. You can clearly see there definitely are some more clouds over at the North Sea, the Gulf of Yorkshire as we call it. Further to the southwest, also a bit of cloudiness, and further at the southerly horizon you can see that as well. So it looks like there are clouds all around us, but further away on all sides of the horizon. Super Eminent has to go. Thank you so much for joining us, Super Eminent. Hopefully see you again soon. What's this? That's a heavy machine wrapped together into a small parcel so that it can fit on the back of a trailer of a truck. Quite interesting to see. In the meantime, Dennis made, thank you so much for your generosity. 10 gifted memberships just now, courtesy of Dennis. Dennis made, that is above and beyond. Thank you so much. A warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Those new members who just received their gifted membership from Dennis. Have fun with the custom emojis that you now have at your disposal. One of them will go pretty soon, and that is playtime. There is a poll that is open for members in the community section for members. Head over there if you just received the gifted membership and vote. The poll runs until tomorrow evening local time. 4 options that you can choose from, and the winner will become the successor to playtime, which we will retire soon, given the fact that Play is no longer flying to Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. Dennis, once again, thank you so much for your generosity, and a warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge to the new members who just received a gifted membership. Make sure to say thank you to whoever gifted you a membership. That goes for all recipients of gifted memberships, of course. Tugger's on the way with an A330, KLM A330. Ah, a road paver. Hey there, Nana Place. Yeah, Verzinnensiets, indeed, last time using it. Well, you still have a few days, depending on which emoji you guys pick as the winner. I still need to make it. It's not like I have already made 4 emoji and we can immediately start implementing the winner. Although some will take less time, I think, to think up than others. Me personally, I still think vodka bottle is hard because it's hard to make something pop up as a bottle that clearly in a small emoji. But I'll give it a go if it becomes the winner after all. For Karen Cabin, I have a wonderful emoji in mind already. And also for Bouncy Landing, I don't think that's going to be too hard. Have some ideas already. We'll see. Tomorrow evening, I've set a reminder somewhere around 11 p.m. I will check and I will notify you all of the results. Although at least the poll results of the YouTube polls are visible once you have cast your vote already, so members can already head over to see what the score is like. Okay, there is a Qatar Triple and a Boeing 747 landing on Polderbaan right now, back to back. Let's see to what extent we are able to see that from here. Only a little bit, I think, I fear. One of the airplanes will emerge. That's the Triple. Now, to what extent can we see the 747 behind it? I really think that this bridge is in the way of seeing the 747. And if not the bridge, then maybe even the clouds. Seeing the Triple here, not too hard. Hey, you're welcome, Dirk. Who says in Dutch, thank you for reporting and your effort every time. Happy to oblige, mate. Happy to oblige. So, looking back and forth now because there's a 747 that I'm trying to catch a glimpse of that is now on final to Polderbaan, which I have found. Then again, Royal Jordanian is also coming this way. There's Cargolux. Arrival from Miami, Florida, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Cargolux. 81 Tango. Royal Jordanian is now number 2 to runway 27. And there's a Norwegian behind it, and I think those are the last airplanes, once again, that seem to be coming to runway 27. So I'm thinking, are they going to open up 18 left already soon thereafter? Because that means that there are now only 3 more airplanes underway to runway 27. Right, Royal Jordanian now flying towards Amstelveen. I can hear the KLM before it landing. Oh. Careful not to lose the airplane. Cargolux. Now, we're getting close to the point where we're going to lose the airplane. Yep. This is around that point. So let's turn around quickly. I think Royal Jordanian is still behind the trees over there. Royal Jordanian Flight 151 arriving from Amman. A320 Neo. There it is. Gorgeous machine. And it's Fridtjof Nansen after Jordanian. That sounds a lot like frietjes, which is Dutch for fries. And now I'm starting to get an appetite for fries. Well, no, I always have an appetite for fries, I lie. Royal Jordanian Flight 151 arriving from Amman, A320 Neo, 4 hours and 31 minutes away from Jordan. The registration is Juliet Yankee Romeo Alpha Alpha. Jara almost in the house. This airplane is a year old. First flight was in October 2024. Absolutely lovely. Yep, Gary. Fries. Same here. Same here. Hey, Graham. Good afternoon. Graham Peters says, good afternoon. I've just subscribed to your channel. Been watching for about 2 hours in the background from Middlesbrough in UK. Well, nice of you to say hi in the chat, Graham. That's not mandatory, but it is always appreciated. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi like Graham just now did. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Many people are still watching. They're all friendly, and a lot of them are knowledgeable as well. So don't be afraid to say hi, or if you have any questions, to ask them. Norwegian in the Fridtjof Nansen livery, arriving from Copenhagen. And I'm thinking, is this going to be the last arrival here on runway 27 for this stint of arrivals? And are they going to switch to departures from 18 left already? It's a bit early for that. Normally, 2 runways are open for arrivals between 1 and 2 p.m. But we have seen earlier switches before. And I, of course, wouldn't mind if that means some narrow wide bodies are coming this way. Now, Fridtjof is probably looking... Yeah, it's not a big smile. Then again, most of those people depicted on the tails hardly ever smile. Hey Denzel, good afternoon, goedemiddag. Indigo on the move, and I am wondering, where is it going to? Is this going to Mumbai? And if so, will it take 18 left? Let me zoom out on flight radar. I am not seeing anything going to this runway anytime soon, so let's switch. Go to AMS outbound. Because I am thinking, is Indigo coming this way already? I don't see that the lights of 18 left are on already. Then again, last time there was an outbound stint going on. I didn't see that either. Indigo does seem to be on the taxiway to 24. What's CDM saying with respect to the assigned runway for this Indigo Dreamliner? Indigo to Mumbai, but it's looking to be going to runway 24 from where I am standing and what I can see on flight radar. It would be early to change to 18 left open for departures already. 747 Sierra says, Indigo reminds me of good Indian curry. Me too. Nothing like a good dali with several curries, bit of rice, bit of naan. Mango lassi, of course. You have to have a mango lassi when you're going for a beautiful thali. So they're still going for runway 24. That much we can see. Now I'm not seeing that retro BA Daniel looking up. Don't see anything producing a contrail. Oh, still at Lelystad. Right, well, I am wondering, is 27 still open? Alviano probably will say it is. I am once again zooming out to see if there's anything coming this way. There isn't. Oh! Is this the same as the day before yesterday where they close 18 left and only have 2 runways open temporarily? Let me get out Bezoek Bus. That's what they did the day before yesterday too, I think. This is the website where we can see the expected runway use. Yep. So for a brief period of time, right here, from 1:40 until 2:20, they're not using runway 27, nor are they using 18 left, and they will start using 18 left again from 2:20 onwards. Means that for 40 minutes, you're going to see here what you normally would see here if the airplanes aren't taking off from 18 left, namely nothing. I think that might be a good sign for us to wrap up, because we are not going to see anything other than taxiing airplanes here for another 40 minutes before this runway will start being used again for departures. I don't think that is going to be worth the wait. I think it is a good sign to sign off, a good sign to go home and hopefully be back again with good weather on Thursday. So I think I'm going to wrap up, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry that they didn't keep 18 left or runway 27 open for the next 40 minutes, but such is the way of Schiphol. Yeah, what else is there to say? I had a wonderful time here. It's been a great show. I enjoyed it very much. Hope you guys did too. If you did like what you've seen so far and you haven't done so already, consider leaving an additional like. It really helps to bring in new people like yourselves who are into live aviation but who haven't discovered the channel yet. Subscribing also helps massively. Subscribing and hitting the bell icon ensures that you will get notified whenever I post something like an announcement of a new stream, or pictures, or polls, or anything else. A massive big thank you for all the likes thus far. A big thank you for all the donations and gifted memberships and whatnot. Lello in particular, once again, 50 memberships, just like the day before yesterday. Thank you so much. I hope that everybody will say or has already said hi. Thanks for that. Also a big thanks for all the super stickers, the super chats and whatnot. Mods, once again, a big thank you to all of you as well for keeping the chat friendly and accessible. If the weather is good, I will be out again on Thursday. Hope to see you then. For now, take care, see you soon, stay healthy, and bye for now, guys.